Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I drive the night route in Los Angeles Route 81. Not glamorous, not busy. Mostly people trying to get home from shifts that ended after midnight. Strip mall workers, bartenders, night janitors. Every so often, someone in a suit who missed the last train and doesn't want to admit they're too tired to Uber. I took the job after my brother passed. I won't get into that, but driving helped. Night driving especially. There's a rhythm to it. The road feels emptier, time feels slower. The city hums instead of shouts. Most nights, nothing happens. But some nights don't leave you. This was one of those. It was early April, mild weather, clear sky. I remember that because when I stepped off the bus at the depot, I could see stars. Not always easy in Los Angeles. The air smelled clean, which is also rare. I clocked in at 10 at night, grabbed my thermos, and started my run. Same loop every time downtown to Boyle Heights, then loop back. 12 stops total. Takes about an hour and 20 minutes round trip. Rinse and repeat until sunrise. The first 3 runs were normal. I remember a guy with a guitar case who nodded thanks when I stopped. A woman with a paper bag full of groceries, one of which tore open by stop 4. I gave her a spare shopping bag from the glove box. I keep extras. Stuff happens. It was the 4th run, the 2:45 trip heading west, when I picked her up. She was standing at stop 23. I didn't see her until the last second. 1 second the stop was empty, the next there she was, standing dead still in front of the bench. She was barefoot. That was the first thing I noticed. No shoes, just pale skin, the kind of pale that catches light strangely, like when someone's been inside too long. She wore a thin gray dress, wrinkled, no purse, just a blanket folded over her arms. Her hair was straight, dark, and clung to her cheeks like it was slightly damp. I opened the door. "Evening," I said. She didn't answer, just stepped on. Didn't swipe a card, didn't flash a pass, didn't even look at me. I've had passengers like that before in their own world, half asleep, maybe on something. I don't ask questions. If they're not causing trouble, it's not my job to press. She walked halfway down the aisle and sat right in the middle, not in the back, not up front, just center right, by the window. She didn't look out the window either. She just sat. Back straight, blanket still in her lap, hands resting neatly on top like she was waiting for something. I drove. 1 stop, then 2. No one got on, no one got off. I glanced in the mirror once she hadn't moved. I felt something weird in my chest, not fear, just unease. Like I was forgetting something important, like there was a sound I was supposed to hear but wasn't. At stop 3, she stood up. No warning, no buzzer, no shift in posture. Just up, slow, deliberate. I pulled over. The door hissed open. She walked to the front, still barefoot, blanket tucked under one arm now. I glanced at her as she passed. Her eyes were open, but they didn't seem to be looking. Not at me, not at anything. And then she stepped off. Didn't say thank you, didn't look back. Just vanished into the dark. I sat there for a moment longer than I needed to. Then I kept driving. Told myself it was just a weird moment. I've had them before. People act strange at night. Maybe she was in trouble. Maybe she was scared. Or maybe she was just tired and didn't want to talk. I didn't think about it again until 2 nights later. A man came onto the bus in a rush, said he'd lost his wallet somewhere on the 81. I told him I hadn't found anything, but that Lost and Found would have the footage. He asked if I'd mind pulling it up just in case. I shrugged. It wasn't protocol, but I was ahead on the loop. Plus, the guy was polite. I pulled out my tablet, connected to the onboard feed, and scanned back through the last few runs. Nothing, no sign of his wallet. But something made me keep scrolling. I don't know why. Maybe I was looking for a distraction. Maybe I was hoping I had seen the wallet so I could feel helpful. And then I saw her. The barefoot woman. It was jarring to see her on screen, more jarring than it had felt in person. I paused the video and leaned in. She boarded the bus exactly at 3:22 in the morning. That timestamp made me frown. I had sworn it was earlier. But maybe I remembered wrong. Maybe I had looked at the wrong clock, or maybe the footage was off by a few minutes. That happens sometimes with the sync. I hit play. She walked exactly as I remembered. Calm, precise. She didn't cast a shadow. It wasn't immediately obvious, but the lighting inside the bus always throws soft shadows on the floor, the railings, the seats, my arms when I drive. She had none. I slowed the footage. At frame 723, something glitched. For 3 frames less than a second, she looked wrong. Her body faded at the edges, like she was being seen through fog. Her arm, the one holding the blanket, flickered slightly. You could see the seat through it. Then it returned to normal. I let the footage run. She sat, still, frame after frame, the same posture. Then, finally, she stood, walked to the front, and that's when my stomach turned. In real life, I remembered her stepping off the bus without a word. But in the footage, just before she reached the door, she leaned in. Close. To me. Closer than I'd ever let a stranger get. She bent forward and whispered into my ear. I didn't react. Just kept looking forward like I didn't notice. Because I didn't. I don't remember her saying anything. But in the footage her lips moved, right next to me. 3 words. I replayed it, slowed it down, watched her mouth shape the same phrase twice. I couldn't hear it, but I could see it. He's still driving. I closed the tablet and sat there for a long time. Even with the screen off, I kept seeing her mouth moving. Those 3 words stuck like gum under my ribs. I didn't know what they meant, didn't want to know, honestly. But it didn't matter, the words were there now. He's still driving. I didn't mention it to the guy who lost his wallet. I just told him it wasn't on my feed, wished him luck, and sent him on his way. He thanked me and got off at Union Station. I think he was halfway through a story about where he'd been drinking when I tuned him out completely. After that, I started checking the footage every night. Just quick scans, always from the same loop, the one that runs between 3 in the morning and 4. I told myself it was curiosity, told myself I was just trying to explain it. Maybe the camera glitched. Maybe the lighting caught something weird. Maybe I was tired. But I kept going back. And every night she was there. Different nights, different seats, same woman. Same blanket, same pale feet, same walk. Always getting on at the same stop 23, on a dead stretch of road near an empty car wash. The streetlight above it buzzed like a dying wasp. Sometimes she sat in the middle, sometimes the back, never the front. Never near anyone else, on the rare chance someone else was riding at that hour. But always quiet, always still, always watching the floor. The next whisper came a week later. I didn't notice it at first. I was watching the loop from Monday morning. Normal shift, cold air, late start, no issues. Then I saw her again. Same time, 3:22. She sat 2 rows behind me this time, right-hand side. The bus was otherwise empty. The ride was uneventful. No stops between 23 and 26. I didn't remember anything odd. But on the footage, just before she stood up, she turned her head toward the driver's seat. And again she whispered something. This time, just one word. Barely a flicker of movement in her mouth, like a breath-forming language. I zoomed in, slowed it down frame by frame. It looked like, "Watch." That was it. No reaction from me on the screen. Just driving, eyes forward. No sign that I heard a thing. But afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started double-checking my mirrors during the route, watching the aisle more, listening harder. I even brought a small rear-view dash cam from home and mounted it just to the side, pointed toward the back half of the bus. Sam, my supervisor, noticed. He asked if something was wrong with the vehicle. I said no, just preventative stuff, new policy, internal audit. He nodded like he didn't want to get involved. Truth was, I hadn't told anyone. Because what do you say? There's a barefoot woman who keeps appearing on your route, but only on the video. She whispers things you don't hear at the time, but you can see her lips move later. That's not a story anyone wants to believe. That's not a story that sounds like someone who's sleeping well. So I kept it to myself. Until the night she sat in the front row. It was a Thursday. We were coming up on the end of the loop. I was tired, hadn't eaten since dinner. My shoulder ached from leaning on the wheel. She got on at 3:22, no surprise. But this time she sat in the seat directly behind me. I didn't notice it while driving, but the footage made it impossible to ignore. She boarded slowly, walked the aisle with her usual calm, never looking up, then stopped, turned toward the front, and sat right there. Her knees were inches from the back of my seat. She didn't move for 3 full minutes, then leaned forward just slightly and opened her mouth again. But this time, it was longer. I played it over and over, It looked like he doesn't know I'm still on. Then he didn't check. And finally, "You're next." Those last two words hit differently, like they weren't meant to be heard, like they were meant to settle. I closed the tablet, sat in silence. Something changed after that. I started to feel her, not see, not hear. Feel. Cold air on the back of my neck when I drove past stop 23. A pressure in my spine whenever the clock hit 3:22 and the bus was quiet. I started missing stops, losing time, finding myself one turn ahead of where I thought I was. One night I realized I'd driven a full 10 minutes without remembering any of it. No music, no noise, just blank space. I stopped drinking coffee after midnight. I needed my body to feel tired. It was the only way I could tell I was still real. The final straw came 2 nights ago. I was walking back to the depot after my shift. The sun was just barely rising, the kind of blue-gray light that makes everything look fake. I passed my bus, parked and locked. And there, in the last window far in the back, I saw her. Not fully. Just a shape. A pale blur. Sitting still, looking forward. I stopped, blinked. It was gone. No sound, no motion. But I knew. I knew she was there. I went home, called in sick for the first time in 5 years. I haven't gone back. I told Sam I needed time. I said I had a family emergency. He said take as long as I need. I lied. I needed distance. I haven't watched the footage since. But every night, I wake up at 3:22 on the dot. No alarm. No noise. Just open eyes. Like something's waiting for me to notice it. I've started sleeping on the couch. It's not that the bed is uncomfortable. It's that I can't bring myself to lie down in the dark with the door closed anymore. Even with the light on, it feels wrong, like I'm not alone in there. So now I sleep out here, under the hum of the fridge and the dull glow of the television. I don't watch anything. I just keep something moving on the screen. Old cooking shows mostly. Safe stuff. Nothing that lingers. But no matter what I do, I still wake up at the same time. 3:22 in the morning. Not 3:21. Not 3:23. Always exactly 3:22. The first few times I tried not to check the clock, told myself it could just be around 3. Close enough, but eventually I started checking. First the stove, then my phone, then the microwave. They all matched. 3:22. Every single night. I stopped trying to explain it. There's no reason. It just is. I started leaving the curtains open so I can see the street. I don't live in a busy area, but a few cars pass around, then delivery trucks, people heading to work early, sometimes a guy on a bike. Normal things. Proof that the world is still turning, even while I'm stuck watching the seconds crawl by. But last night, I saw something else. A woman, standing across the street near the hedge. Barefoot. She wasn't moving, just standing, arms down, blanket over one arm. Even from the couch, I could tell it was her. She was facing the house, head tilted slightly, like she was watching the window. I sat there frozen, half under the throw blanket, heart thudding like it was trying to get out. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Eventually, she turned, walked back down the street. Not fast, not slow, just calmly, like she knew where she was going. I got up and closed the curtains, sat back down, didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I walked across the street and checked the spot by the hedge. Nothing there, no footprints, no sign of anyone having stood there. But the grass was pressed down slightly, not crushed, just bent, like someone had been standing lightly, like they hadn't touched the ground fully. I don't know why I keep trying to prove it to myself. The evidence doesn't make me feel better. It just makes the fear more specific. She's not only on the bus now, she's here. I called Sam this morning, told him I wasn't coming back. He tried to convince me, said the union might not be able to cover time off that long, that he'd find me a different route, earlier shifts, daytime even. I told him I couldn't do it. He asked if it was about that woman, the barefoot one. I froze. How do you know about her? I asked. There was a long pause on the other end. Then he said, "You're not the only one who's seen her." That shut me up. He said she started showing up on the loop about 2 years ago. Always same time, same stop, always quiet. Most drivers just assumed she was homeless or sick. A few complained she wasn't paying fares. But no one pressed it. It wasn't until someone actually reviewed the footage just like I had that they saw something was wrong. The transparency, the shadows, the whispers. I asked Sam why no one told me. He said they didn't want to scare the newer drivers, that some people quit after seeing her more than twice, that others, the ones who stayed, started seeing her off the clock. He said one guy swore she followed him home once. He moved to San Diego a week later, never drove again. I hung up not long after that. What else was there to say? It wasn't just me. This was something real. Not explainable, but real. That should have made it easier. But it didn't. It made it worse. Because now I knew I wasn't just caught in some dream. I was part of something bigger, something older, a pattern that had already chewed through people stronger than me. I thought about that a lot today. About what she whispered. He's still driving. I didn't know what that meant before. I thought it was about me. About how I kept going to work, kept reviewing footage, kept chasing the logic of it like that would somehow stop it. But now I think it's not about me at all. I think she was talking about someone else. Someone before me. A driver, another one. One who never got off the route. Never quit. Never stopped. And maybe, just maybe, he's still out there. Still driving that same loop. Even now. Maybe that's what she's trying to say. That there's a route you can't get off once you see her. That you become part of it. I haven't left the house all day. I don't want to see the bus. Don't want to hear the brakes hiss outside my street. Don't want to feel the rumble of it pass under my feet. But I know it's coming. I feel it. Every minute that passes brings me closer to 3:22 again. I told myself I'd stay awake tonight. Keep the lights on, play music, distract myself. But I know what's going to happen. I'll fall asleep, just for a second. And when I wake up, it'll be 3:22 again. Because she doesn't need an invitation. She just needs you to look. I didn't fall asleep last night. I came close, around 1:30, when the warmth of the blanket and the lull of the television started to pull me under. My head dropped, my body relaxed. And then something inside me jolted like a snapped cord. I sat up so fast I knocked the remote off the couch. The clock on the microwave said 1:39. Too early. I sat upright and waited. I didn't move, didn't blink too much. I just watched the numbers roll forward. 140, 153, 204. By 2:45 my eyes were burning. The couch cushion felt like it was made of bricks. My neck ached, my mouth was dry. But I kept waiting. 2:58, 3:06. I started to think maybe this would be the night nothing happened. Maybe the spell would break. Maybe she was gone. Then the microwave ticked to 3:22. And the room went cold. Not cold like a breeze. Not cold like an open window. Cold like something was missing from the air. Like warmth had been peeled away from the world. I sat very still. And from the other side of the living room near the hallway to the kitchen, I heard a footstep. Soft. Bare. Then another. I didn't look right away. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew what I'd see. Maybe because not looking meant I could still pretend I was imagining it. But then I did. I turned my head, and she was there, standing in the doorway, barefoot, blanket folded in her arms. Her face was half in shadow, hair hanging forward in a way that made her eyes hard to read, but I could feel them, not looking at me, through me, like she was looking at something behind my ribs. I opened my mouth to speak. I don't know what I was planning to say, maybe nothing. But before I could, she stepped forward. And then she was gone. Not vanished. Not faded. Just no longer there. Like she'd taken one more step and crossed some invisible line. I sat on the couch for another hour, too afraid to move. The television screen had gone to that standby blue with the input label bouncing around the corners. I didn't blink, didn't stretch. Just sat. I got up when the sun came up, walked to the kitchen, and on the counter was something new. A transfer card. The kind you get when a driver punches in a temporary route, old school style, cardboard, faded ink. It had a date. October 7th, 2003. Departure, 3:22 a.m. Route, unknown. Operator number, 6071. I stared at it for a long time. I hadn't seen one of those cards in years. They stopped using them sometime around 2014. But this one looked real. The ink had bled a little from age. The edge was curled like it had been in someone's pocket. And I didn't put it there. Neither did Sam. He was still asleep when I checked. I left it on the table and went out for a walk. First one in days. It felt strange to be outside during the day, like I didn't belong in sunlight anymore. I walked to the depot, not to go in, just to stand near it. I don't even remember making the decision. My feet just started moving that direction, like I was following a route I already knew. The depot lot was mostly empty. Only a few buses left for daytime runs. The rest were parked in their slots, lined up like silver tombstones. I walked the line, looked at each number, and then I saw it. Bus 6071. The same operator number from the transfer card. I'd never seen that bus before. It looked wrong. Clean, but old. The kind of old that isn't from wear, more like age frozen in place, like someone preserved it on purpose. The doors were shut. No driver inside. No movement. I walked closer, and my phone rang. Unknown number. I picked up. No one spoke. Just static. Then a voice. Not loud. Not whispered. Just close. You didn't check. I dropped the phone. It hit the pavement with a crack. I backed away from the bus slowly. Then I ran. All the way back to the street, then around the corner, then until I couldn't hear my own footsteps anymore. I didn't stop until I saw other people. A jogger, a mother pushing a pram, a man sweeping his shop front. Normal things. Grounding things. I called Sam later that afternoon. Told him about the bus. He didn't laugh. He didn't question it. He just said, "We've never had a bus 6071. I said I saw it. He said, "I believe you." And then he said something I wasn't expecting. "You should talk to Ron." "Who's Ron?" I asked. "Retired driver. Used to run that same route. Years ago, back when they still used transfer cards." I asked if he had his number. Sam said, "He won't answer a number he doesn't know, but I'll call him. I'll tell him to expect you." He gave me an address in Glendale. Told me Ron still lived in the same house. "Be honest with him," he said. "He's the only one I know who saw her more than twice and didn't quit." I wrote it down. Thanked him. Hung up. And now I'm sitting here, transfer card in my hand, the old ink smudging my thumb, wondering what Ron saw. And why he stayed. Ron lived in a quiet neighborhood, one of those flat streets with identical houses, low fences, and sun-faded American flags hanging off porches. The kind of place where nothing ever happens, which made it harder to believe that anyone who lived there could have seen what I'd seen. I pulled up around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still high. The air was thick and still. I sat in the car for a minute before getting out, not because I was scared, because I didn't know what I was going to say. Sam had called ahead, said Ron would be expecting me. The house was white with green shutters. A cracked lawn chair sat by the front door. The door was already open when I reached it, just slightly ajar like someone had forgotten to pull it all the way closed. I knocked. A man's voice called out, "Come in." I stepped inside. The living room was small, dark wood walls, carpet that had long since given up on being beige, framed photos on every surface grandkids, I assumed. A cuckoo clock ticked steadily above the doorway to the kitchen. Ron sat in a recliner. He looked to be in his 60s, maybe older. Thin, with the kind of posture that said he'd spent a lot of years on his feet. He gestured toward the couch. "Sit." I did. For a minute neither of us spoke. Then he said, "You saw her, didn't you?" I nodded. He didn't ask which night. He didn't ask where. Just leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "You always remember the first time," he said. I waited. He went on. "For me, it was 1998. I'd picked up a night shift. My regular driver had called out. It was a quiet loop, 2 a.m. to 5. I figured it'd be easy money." He opened his eyes again and looked straight at me. 3:22, that was when she got on. I swallowed. "Same stop?" He nodded. "Always the same stop. 23. By that old car wash with the busted sign. The bulbs buzzed back then too. I remember that. Buzzed like a live wire." I asked, "What did she look like?" He raised his eyebrows. "You mean at first? Or later?" I didn't answer. He did anyway. "First she looked like anyone else. Pale, barefoot, quiet. You figure maybe it's drugs, maybe it's a rough night. You learn not to judge." He paused. "Then the weird stuff starts." I nodded. "The shadows, the footage." He tilted his head. "She glitched for me once. That's what I called it. Like a skipping record. I thought it was the screen too until I saw it happen in real time. She turned her head, and it just looped, like a hiccup in space." I asked how long he kept driving. He looked away. "Too long," he said. There was something heavy in that answer, something he wasn't saying yet. I leaned forward. "Did she ever speak to you?" He gave a tight smile, not amused, more like recognition. She whispered. I waited. She said, "You missed it," over and over. Same words, every loop, every ride. Even on the nights I didn't see her, I'd hear it in my sleep. I asked the question I'd been carrying in my chest for weeks. What did she mean? He rubbed his hands together slowly, like trying to warm them, even though it wasn't cold. "I think," he said, "she's not warning us." He looked up again, eyes sharp. "I think she's reporting." That caught me off guard. He went on, "I don't think she's trying to scare us. I think she's just part of it. Like a courier. She tells the next driver what happened to the last." I thought about that. "What did she say the last time you saw her?" His face changed then, like a shutter coming down behind his eyes. He didn't speak for almost a full minute. Then he said, "She didn't say anything." He stood slowly and walked to the hallway. I thought he was leaving, but he came back with something in his hand. A transfer card. old, yellowed, edges frayed, just like the one I found in my kitchen. He handed it to me. This is the last one she left. I looked down. Same time, same route, different operator number. I turned it over. There was something scribbled on the back in faint pencil. One word. Stay. I looked up. Ron was watching me. She wanted me to keep going, he said, but I didn't. I quit the next day, told them I was done, never set foot on another route again. I asked him if it helped. He nodded slowly. It fades. It never goes away, but it fades. I sat with that for a while. Then I asked, what do I do now? He leaned forward, voice low. You leave it behind. How? You stop watching the footage. You stop talking about it. You stop listening when the clock hits 3:22. You make it forget you. I swallowed. That's it? He gave a grim smile. That's all you can do. I thanked him, stood, shook his hand. As I turned to leave, he said one more thing. She doesn't just haunt the bus. She haunts the route. You understand the difference? I turned back. I think so. He nodded. She's not waiting for you. She's waiting for the next one. I walked back to my car. On the seat was the first transfer card. The one from my kitchen. I hadn't brought it with me. I picked it up. The pencil on the back was gone, replaced with 3 new words. You missed it. I sat in the car for almost an hour after I left Ron's place. The air outside had cooled, one of those early morning lulls where the world goes quiet for a while before the city wakes back up, the kind of silence that feels bigger than just the absence of sound. I kept looking at the card in my hand, the same one I thought I left at home, the one I had no memory of bringing with me. You missed it. The pencil was faint, but not smudged, like it had just been written. I don't remember driving home. I must have. I ended up there, but I couldn't tell you how many lights I stopped at, or what songs played on the radio, or what streets I took. The ride passed through me like water. When I got inside, Sam was in the kitchen. He had 2 mugs on the counter, one for each of us. He didn't look surprised to see me walk in. You saw him? He asked. I nodded. He poured coffee into both mugs, slid one toward me. I took it but didn't drink, just held it. My hands felt cold again. He's right, I said. Sam didn't ask what I meant. He just waited. She's not warning us, I said. She's relaying. Each time she whispers something, she's telling you what happened to the one before. She's a part of the route. Sam was quiet for a long time. Then he asked, so what now? I didn't have a good answer. I still don't. But I told him what Ron said, about walking away, about cutting the thread before it wraps around your neck. I could see in Sam's face that he'd heard something like that before. He said, you should tell the depot you're not coming back. I already did. Good. We didn't talk much after that. A few days passed. The transfer cards stopped showing up. I slept longer. No more waking up at the same time. No more whispers. No more cold spots in the house. No more shadows where they didn't belong. I went out during the day again. Grocery runs, walks, small things. I even sat on the bus once during daylight as a passenger. It felt strange being on the other side of it. I kept watching the driver's mirror, expecting to see her sitting somewhere behind me. But the only passengers were real people. A kid eating chips, a woman humming into her headphones, a man reading the racing paper. Normal things. It felt like the weight had started to lift. 2 weeks later, I got a call. It was Sam. His voice was quiet. "I just wanted to let you know," he said. "Ron passed away last night." I sat down. "How?" "In his sleep, far as anyone can tell. Peaceful." There was a pause. Then Sam added, "They found a transfer card on his bedside table." I didn't say anything. "Same handwriting," he said. "Same time." Another pause. "It just said, 'Transfer complete.'" I thanked him for calling. We hung up. That night I didn't sleep. Not because I was scared, because I was thinking about how Ron stopped driving and still carried it with him, about how even though he warned me, even though he walked away, he was still part of the route in the end. The next morning I drove to the depot. I didn't clock in, didn't speak to anyone. I just walked the perimeter around the parked buses until I found the one I needed. It wasn't assigned to anyone. It didn't even have an active route. But I opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, closed my eyes, and waited. Nothing happened. No cold air, no footsteps, no whisper. Just the quiet hum of the engine I hadn't started. I left a note on the dashboard. It wasn't a letter. It wasn't a goodbye. Just a message, written in block print with a dull pencil. It said, "If she gets on, let her off." That's all. I walked away. Left the depot for the last time. I don't drive anymore. Not professionally, not for money, not on any clock. I still see buses sometimes, when I'm out walking, when I'm waiting at a light, when I'm sitting in the back of a cafe and one rolls by the window. And every time I see one, I check. I look for her. The woman with the blanket, pale feet, hair that clings to her face. And sometimes I think I see her in a window, on a bench, across a platform. But I blink and she's gone. Maybe she's still out there. Maybe there's another driver now. Maybe it never really ends. But for me it has. I made peace with what I saw. I told the truth. I stepped off the route. And in all the time since, I've never found another transfer card on my table. Not one. I live in Shropshire small village, mostly farms, hedgerows, and pubs with names like the Swan and Crown that still serve bitter out of warm kegs. Not much happens here. Not really. You hear about tractor thefts or a fight breaking out after darts night, but that's it. I've lived here all my life, and up until last spring, I couldn't have told you a single story worth repeating. This is the one. and I still don't know how to talk about it. We'd lost the dog. That's how it started. Her name was Tilly, 7 years old, rescue mutt, some kind of collie lab mix with more energy than common sense. My wife found her years back on a rainy afternoon outside a petrol station. Someone had just left her there, tied to a bin, shivering and looking confused. She never really settled down, to be honest, always chasing shadows, barking at corners. Still, she was ours. Anyway, she got out. It was late April. We'd had one of those freak warm days where it felt like June, and I'd left the back door open while I was bringing laundry in. It was only open 5 minutes. She must have squeezed through the gap in the garden gate. At first I thought she'd just gone sniffing. That's what she did. She'd take off after a rabbit trail, then come back panting with burrs in her fur like nothing happened. But after 20 minutes, then 30, then an hour, nothing. We got worried. My wife printed off flyers, and I threw on boots and started knocking on doors. We live on a short lane with maybe 6 houses, then farmland for a good mile. Everyone knows everyone, more or less. No one had seen her. But that evening, just before dusk, we heard barking. It was faint, fainter than usual, not the full-throated, "I've found something" bark, more of a yelp. From the field across the road near the back of an old cottage with ivy on the fence and an overgrown hedge that hadn't been trimmed in years. The cottage belonged to Mr. Dempsey. Most people just called him that fella who moved in after the Evanses. He kept to himself, drove a gray van, didn't wave much, lived alone as far as anyone knew. We figured he was one of those city people who came out here to be left alone. The barking came again, louder, closer. I looked at my wife. She looked at me. Then I climbed the fence. I know how that sounds, like I was being reckless or nosy, but this was Tilly. I didn't even think twice. Their garden was a mess, knee-high grass, rusted wheelbarrow, the smell of wet straw and something else sweet but rotten. The barking was coming from a shed near the back, one of those long wooden ones, painted green but peeling bad, padlock on the door. I knocked. No answer. Knocked again. Nothing. So I went around the side and looked through a cracked panel near the bottom. I saw her. Tilly, curled up in the corner, tail wagging, eyes wide. She barked when she saw me, this sharp, desperate bark, like she was trying to say, "Finally." I called for my wife, told her I'd found her. I was already pulling at the door when she ran up behind me. It was padlocked, but old wood, brittle, and I had a crowbar in the boot of the car. Less than 5 minutes later, the door was open. Tilly bolted out like her fur was on fire, licked both our hands, circled twice, then sat down like she'd never left. And then I saw the kennel. I hadn't noticed it at first. It was tucked behind a stack of paint cans and old furniture, mostly covered by a blue tarp. Large, wooden, reinforced at the base with metal, way too big for a dog. And locked. But the thing that stopped me, really stopped me, was the smell. Not just straw, not just waste. Skin. Sweat, clothes that hadn't been washed, that smell people carry when they've lived in one spot too long. I walked around the side and lifted the tarp. That's when I saw her. Inside the kennel. A girl, pale as paper, hair limp, shoulder length. Maybe 13 or 14 years old, wearing an oversized jumper with sleeves down to her fingertips and knees pulled to her chest like she was trying to vanish. She looked up at me, not scared exactly, not even surprised, just hollow. Like looking didn't cost her anything anymore. I said hello without thinking, like I was talking to someone in a queue. She didn't answer. She didn't move. She just stared. My wife gasped, said, "Oh my God," like she'd been punched. I pulled at the latch. It was chained. Proper heavy-duty bike chain, double wrapped around the front with a padlock. I looked around the shed for keys. Nothing. Just dust and wrappers and a blanket with something red on it. We didn't speak. We didn't plan. We just went back to the fence, climbed out, called the police. I remember how quiet the night felt after that. No wind, no bugs, no birds. Just the ticking of the hazard lights on my car. The police came fast. 3 cars, lights but no sirens. They cut the lock and pulled her out gently. She didn't fight, didn't cry, just let them guide her like she was underwater. The neighbor, Mr. Dempsey, showed up 20 minutes later. He said it was a misunderstanding. Said she was his niece, that her mother had done a runner and left him to care for her, that she didn't do well in school, didn't like strangers. He said her name was Lottie. The police asked for paperwork. He said it had all been lost in a move. They asked for her GP's name, her school. He changed the subject. That's when they arrested him. Handcuffed, read his rights. He didn't shout, didn't protest, just shrugged like he was annoyed, like we'd interrupted something. They took her away in an ambulance. I watched through the window as she turned once to look back at the shed, not at him, at the shed. Then she turned away, and I haven't seen her since. The village changed after that night. Not all at once, not loudly, but something settled in the air like smoke after a fire, even when the flames are gone. People stopped walking their dogs past Dempsey's cottage. Kids stopped cutting through the back path to the playing field. Mrs. Ellis, who used to organize the church raffles, put a for sale sign in her garden the following week. She said it was unrelated, but we all knew. There were questions, of course. The police kept a tight lid on things, but news travels here even when no one talks. Someone's cousin worked at the hospital. Someone else had a friend in Sid. It didn't take long for the details to leak out. The girl, the one they pulled from the kennel, had no records, no school enrollment, no medical files, no social, no nothing. But she did have fingerprints. They matched a missing person report filed 9 years ago. A little girl from Norfolk, gone at 5 years old, presumed abducted, presumed dead. Her name was Abigail. Not Lottie. Abigail Cooper. I remember seeing her photo once, years ago, on one of those posters at the petrol station. A little girl in a pink coat, smiling with missing front teeth. That same slightly off smile was still there, just faded, like someone had taken the brightness out of her with a sponge. They said Dempsey had moved 5 times since she vanished. Different names, different jobs, always rural, always quiet. Never once questioned. He worked odd maintenance jobs, lived off-grid just enough to avoid scrutiny. The kind of man you nod to at the shop, but don't think about afterward. That was the scariest part. No one noticed. I kept playing that night over in my head, the barking, the door, the chain. And I kept asking myself, what if Tilly hadn't gotten out? What if she'd chased a rabbit in the other direction? What if I hadn't gone around the side of the shed? Would Abigail still be there? Would she always have been there? The police came to speak with us 2 days later. My wife made tea, even though neither of us drank it. I remember the mug shaking in my hand. I couldn't stop focusing on the little swirl of steam curling off the top. The officer, a woman, mid-30s, name was Hardwick, asked us to describe everything again. The barking, the shed, Dempsey's arrival. She asked about Abigail's condition, if she spoke, if she reacted. We said no. She didn't say a word, not even a sound. She nodded like she expected that. Then she asked us if we'd ever noticed anything before. Smells, sounds, anything strange. We both shook our heads. But that wasn't quite true. There had been one thing. It was maybe 2 weeks before the dog went missing. Around midnight, I was locking up and heard something outside. At first I thought it was a fox, that shrieking sound they make. But this wasn't quite that. It was softer, shorter, like someone gasping. Just once. And then silence. I opened the window, leaned out, didn't see anything, didn't think much of it. But now, when I picture it, that sound, I wonder if it was her. Trying. Testing the night to see if anyone was listening. When the officer left, she told us we might be contacted for a statement later, maybe even to testify. I said we'd do whatever we could. I meant it. But I didn't sleep that night. I kept imagining that kennel. The chain, the tarp, the shape of her knees pulled to her chest, like she was trying to fold herself into nothing. The village press got hold of it by the end of the week. Didn't use names, but the story was clear enough. Local man arrested after missing girl discovered in outbuilding. Suddenly, reporters were hanging around the lane. Cameras, questions. My wife stayed inside. I walked the long way to the shop. Someone even knocked at our door one afternoon. Young man in a tight coat holding a notepad. He said he was with a true crime podcast and wanted to talk. I told him to piss off. A few days later, we got a letter. From Abigail's family. Typed, polite, carefully written. They thanked us. Said we had brought their daughter home. That line hit me hardest. Home. After 9 years. 9 birthdays missed. 9 Christmases with an empty seat. And she was never more than a few hours away. The next month, blurred. Dempsey was charged, held without bail. The charges were, I don't even know how to list them all: unlawful imprisonment, child endangerment, assault, worse. He didn't deny it. Didn't confess either. Just kept quiet. They say he had journals, notebooks filled with routines, feeding times, temperature logs, behavior notes, like she was a pet, not a person. Abigail was placed with specialists, trauma counselors, social workers. No one expected her to speak right away. Some said it might take years. Some said she might never. But she was safe now. And sometimes when I couldn't sleep, I held on to that thought. Safe. But then, in the quiet, other thoughts would creep in. How did he do it? How did he keep her hidden through 5 moves? No screams? No signs? Or were there signs, and we just looked the other way? I started looking at people differently. The man at the post office with the thick glasses. The woman who walks alone at dusk with headphones in. I wondered what I'd miss if I wasn't paying attention. Because Abigail had been right there, behind a garden hedge, a few dozen meters from our back door. And we'd never seen her. Not until the dog went missing. Not until someone barked loud enough to be heard. I started dreaming about the shed. It was never exactly the way it looked in real life. Dreams bend things, stretch them, but the feeling was the same. That mix of stillness and rot. I'd be standing outside it in the dark, hearing soft footsteps behind the wood, sometimes a whisper, sometimes breathing, but always something alive in there, something waiting. One night I dreamed I opened the door, and it wasn't Abigail inside. It was me, sitting cross-legged in the kennel, staring out, blinking slow like I didn't recognize myself. I woke up sweating through my shirt. I never told my wife about the dreams. She was already carrying enough. I'd catch her staring out the window at the back fence, where the hedge met the road. She said she wasn't thinking about anything, but I knew better. Some nights I'd find her folding laundry she'd already folded, just something to do with her hands. It wasn't guilt exactly. We didn't do anything wrong, but it was something close, the kind of weight you get from living next to horror and not noticing it. Then, one morning, we got a call from the police. They asked if we'd be willing to come in, not for questioning, not formal, just a visit. Someone wanted to meet us. It was Abigail's parents. I hesitated. I mean, what do you even say in that situation? You're welcome? We're sorry? None of it felt right. But my wife said yes before I could answer. And I think deep down we both knew it wasn't about us at all. It was about them, and about her. So 2 days later, we drove to a quiet brick office building outside Telford. Not a police station, not a hospital, one of those neutral places where hard things get talked about over tea. We were led to a small room with a round table, 3 chairs, and a plate of untouched digestives. Her parents were already there, Mark and Leslie. They looked like they hadn't slept since she went missing, not just in the last few months, but since the start, faces drawn tight. Hands always close to each other, like they were used to holding on just to stay upright. Leslie stood first, came around the table and hugged my wife without asking. No tears, just this kind of desperate squeeze, like she needed to feel something real. Mark shook my hand and said thank you. Then said it again, quieter. We talked for a while, nothing deep at first, just facts. Yes, we found Tilly in the shed. Yes, we found Abigail just after. Yes, she was quiet, still, thin. I asked how she was now, not as a polite thing I needed to know. Leslie said she was safe, eating small meals, sleeping sometimes, still not speaking, but she'd started drawing. Nothing detailed, but she liked circles. kept drawing them over and over on scrap paper. One of the doctors said it might be a control thing, a shape that never ends, no sharp edges. Then Mark said something I wasn't ready for. He said, "She used to love dogs." I didn't know what to do with that. I nodded, like I understood, but I didn't, not fully. Then Leslie said, "We think she followed one. That day, that maybe she saw a puppy or heard a bark and just wandered. That's how he got her. Not a van, not a struggle, just curiosity. The innocence of a 5-year-old who saw something soft and safe and followed it into the dark." The conversation slowed after that. Eventually we stood to go and Mark handed me a photo, not of Abigail, now of her then, age 5, smiling in a muddy field with a stick in one hand and a golden retriever puppy licking her face. He said, "We never got her a dog. She always wanted one." I didn't ask why. I just nodded and slipped the photo into my coat pocket. On the drive home, my wife didn't speak until we were 10 minutes out. Then she said, "If it wasn't for Tilly." She didn't finish. She didn't have to. The shed was gone by the end of that week. Police had taken what they needed, and the council arranged to have it torn down. Dempsey's cottage stayed empty, the curtains still drawn, like someone might be inside but didn't want to be seen. No one touched it, not the hedge, not the mailbox. We all just moved around it, like the house was made of glass and might crack if we stared too long. About a month later, I saw Abigail. It wasn't planned. I was in town picking up a prescription, and I saw Leslie standing outside the bakery, holding a girl's hand. I knew it was her, even with the cap pulled low and the scarf tucked high. There was something about the way she stood, like she was still getting used to gravity. She looked up once. Our eyes met. No recognition, just a flicker of something, like she was trying to figure out if I was part of the world or just another shape in the fog. Then she looked away. I didn't go over, didn't wave. I just stood there, heart in my throat, until they turned the corner and vanished. Later that night, I found the photo again, the one Mark gave me. I pinned it to the fridge, not as a reminder of what happened, but of what almost didn't. Because the truth is, we didn't save Abigail. We just found her. He's the one who took everything. All we did was listen hard enough, at the exact right moment, to hear her bark back. I started walking different routes after everything happened. Not because I was scared, exactly more like I couldn't take the sameness anymore. The shortcut behind the shop, the lane near the old church, the turn near Dempsey's cottage. It all felt contaminated, I guess, like those paths had been rewound too many times, replayed with new meaning. So I started taking the long way into town, past the sheep fields, around the edge of the woods. It added 20 minutes, but at least it was quiet. One morning, I noticed a new sign posted near the trees, just a council notice board, screwed into a fence post, but it caught my eye. They were warning about illegal camping in the area, said a few dog walkers had reported seeing unusual activity near the tree line. Tents, smoke, someone moving at night. That was all. But my stomach did something strange when I read it. I didn't tell my wife, didn't want to set off alarms over nothing. But it stayed with me. The next few nights I lay awake listening to the wind move through the trees outside. Once, I heard a branch snap, not loud, but sharp. I sat up, heart in my throat, and stared at the ceiling for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I got out of bed and walked the house, checked the back door, the locks, the windows, all fine. But I still didn't sleep. The following Sunday, I decided to walk that route again, not because I wanted to, because I needed to. I packed a small torch just in case. It was still afternoon, but the woods get dark early. It was quiet, just birds and the occasional buzz of a fly near the hedge. The grass had grown high around the path edges. I could hear the squish of my boots in the wet patches. About halfway in, I saw it. Something glinting between the trees, set back maybe 20 meters off the path. I moved closer slowly, careful where I stepped. It was a tent. Old canvas, stained at the base. The kind you'd pick up at a car boot sale for 10 quid and regret after one rain. I stood still and waited, listened. Nothing. No movement, no voices. But the flap was open. Just enough to see inside a sleeping bag, some tins of food, and something that made my mouth go dry. A photograph, stuck in the netting above the bedroll. It was hard to make out from where I stood, but it looked like a child, young, maybe 5. I took one more step, just one, and the air shifted. Not with sound, with awareness. I wasn't alone. Someone was watching. I turned and walked fast. Didn't run, didn't look back, just got out of the woods and didn't stop until I hit the road. I called the non-emergency line when I got home, told them what I saw, gave the exact location, and let them take it from there. They thanked me and said they'd send someone out. That was it. No follow-up, no news report. A few days later, I walked the same route and the tent was gone. Not collapsed, gone. Grass flattened in a wide circle, nothing left behind, not even a wrapper. And again, I didn't tell my wife. But I did start locking the bedroom door at night. Not because I thought he was out there, Dempsey was still in custody, but because something about that tent made it feel bigger than just him. Like he wasn't the only one who had watched. A week later, Abigail drew a face. I didn't know until Leslie called. She left a message asking if we could come by, said Abigail had made something she wanted us to see. I almost didn't go. I didn't feel like I had the right. But we did. Their new place was small and bright, rented just outside town, close to the school Abigail wasn't attending yet. She was in the living room when we arrived, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, coloring quietly. She looked up when we walked in. Still no words, still that pale, studying stare. But her hand didn't stop moving. Leslie showed us the drawing. A house, a shed, a fence, 2 dogs, a face in the window, and next to it a figure. Small, kneeling, in what looked like a cage. It was done in thick black strokes, scribbled heavy in some places, soft in others. The detail that chilled me was the mouth. A wide black line, but not open, and a scream sealed shut. Like someone had pressed their lips together so hard, they forgot how to open them again. Leslie didn't say much, just held it like it was something fragile. My wife knelt next to Abigail and told her the picture was beautiful, that we were proud of her. Abigail looked at her, blinked, and went back to coloring. I stayed behind for a moment when we left. Told Leslie about the woods, the tent. She listened quietly, jaw tight. Then she said, "They'll never find all of them, will they?" I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure if she meant men like Dempsey or the children they'd taken. That night I had another dream. I was walking through the woods again, but the path kept looping. Every time I thought I was out, I'd end up back at the same tent. Only this time the photo inside was clearer. It wasn't Abigail. It was another girl, then another, and then a boy. And one by one the tent walls started to fill with photos, hundreds of them faces, staring out with the same expression. Not fear, just waiting. I started making a habit of driving past the cottage. Not often, once a week maybe, mid-morning when it was quiet. I'd take the long way into town and loop around, just to see if anything had changed. It hadn't. Curtains still drawn. Grass higher than ever. The gate creaked a little more each time I passed. I didn't know what I expected to find. Maybe closure. Maybe some sign that what had happened was really over. But the place just sat there, heavy and silent, like it had soaked everything up and now couldn't let it go. I kept thinking about what Leslie said. "They'll never find all of them." The words echoed more than they should have. I started noticing things I wouldn't have before. A car parked too long outside the village hall. A figure walking into the woods at dusk with no dog, no backpack, no reason. Once I saw a kid's shoe sitting alone on the footpath near the old canal trail, just one, a little trainer, faded blue. I took a picture of it and sent it to my wife. She just replied, "Please stop." I didn't blame her. The strain was showing in both of us by then. She was back to biting her nails, a habit she kicked years ago. I'd find bits of nail on the side table, lined up like crumbs she didn't realize she was leaving. I'd taken to leaving the porch light on all night, and she didn't ask me to turn it off anymore. We never really talked about it, not directly, but it sat between us anyway. Not the event itself, not the rescue, not Dempsey, not Abigail. It was something else. The not knowing. We didn't know how long he had her, what he told her, what she saw. We didn't know what he did in the shed, hour after hour, night after night. The court proceedings started quietly. No press allowed, no public gallery, just statements, sealed records, whispered speculation. I got a call asking if I'd be willing to testify. I said yes, but they never followed up. I guess the evidence was strong enough on its own. He pleaded not guilty, insisted Abigail was under his care, that her mother had given him custody verbally. No one could find the mother to confirm or deny it. He called it a private family arrangement. The court called it a lie. But the thing that chilled me more than anything was the way one officer put it. We'd run into each other by chance. I was dropping off supplies at the village center, and he was there speaking to the local counselor. We stepped outside, smoked a cigarette each. I asked him quietly how Abigail was doing. He said she was eating more, drawing more. Then he looked at me sideways and said, "We think he never hit her, not once." I must have looked confused, because he added, "People expect monsters to be violent. He wasn't. He was careful, patient, controlling in other ways." That stuck with me, because in some backwards way, I think that's what helped him get away with it for so long. He didn't bruise her. He trained her. Like a dog. A few weeks after that, something unexpected happened. I got a letter, real post, no stamp, hand-delivered through the door, no return address. Just a single piece of lined paper, folded twice. It said, "You weren't supposed to find her, but I'm glad you did. Not all of them are so lucky. She wasn't the only one. Please don't stop looking." No name, no handwriting I recognized, just that. I read it 10 times in a row, heart racing like I was holding something illegal. I showed it to my wife. She didn't say anything for a long time. Then she asked very calmly, "Do you think it's real?" I didn't answer. Because I did. I really, truly did. I took it to the police the next morning. Officer Hardwick was there, the same one who took our statement early on. She read it, frowned, and asked if I'd seen anyone around the house recently. I said no, no one unusual, no one I could name. She bagged the letter and said they'd look into it. But I could tell, in the way she said it, that they didn't expect to find much. 2 days later, the envelope came. Same paper, same handwriting. This time there was a list of names. 5. Only first names, no last names, no dates, no locations. Just Rosie, Hannah, Molly, Jack, Amber. No explanation, no signature. I stared at it for over an hour. Then I went online. I didn't know what I was looking for. Maybe old news articles, maybe missing posters. I didn't even know if these were real people, but I started searching. Cross-referencing missing children databases, old message board threads, cold case forums. It's harder than you'd think. A lot of these sites are half-maintained. Photos go missing, links die, cases get misfiled. But eventually, I found something. Rosie, or a girl named Rosie, had gone missing from a village in Kent nearly 12 years ago. 5 years old, disappeared on a walk home from her grandmother's. No body, no leads. I looked up Hannah, nothing definitive, same with Molly. Jack gave me too many hits to narrow it down. Amber, possibly a girl from Devon, age 7, vanished near the coast. No confirmed connections, but enough to feel real. Enough to make me sit back in my chair and wonder, who sent these names? Someone who knew. Maybe someone who'd been there. Or someone who was still there. I brought the second letter to the police too. This time, Officer Hardwick didn't bag it right away. She read it twice, then asked if I'd told anyone else. I said no. She asked if I was receiving any threats. I wasn't. Then she leaned forward and said quietly, "Please be careful." I nodded. But the damage was done. That night, I locked every door, every window, and still lay awake until 3 in the morning listening for footsteps that never came. It wasn't fear that kept me up. It was the growing, sickening thought that Abigail wasn't the end of something. She was the beginning. I kept the letters in a drawer by the bed. The police still had the originals, of course, but I made copies, scanned and printed them, slid them into a folder under a few receipts and an old passport renewal form. My wife didn't like it. She said it felt like inviting something back in, but I couldn't throw them away. I didn't even really think of them as letters anymore. They felt like evidence, not of a crime, of a pattern. The last name on that second list, Amber, stayed with me more than the others. I don't know why. Maybe because of the rhythm of it, the way it looked written in that plain, almost childlike handwriting. Maybe because I kept seeing her face in dreams I couldn't quite remember. I did keep looking for a while. Quietly. No blogs, no public theories, no podcast interviews. That wasn't me. I didn't want attention, I just wanted to understand. I'd go through forums late at night with the brightness on my screen turned low. Sites with names like UK Missing List and Find Them All. Most were filled with outdated photos, cases already closed, families moved on or long gone. But every so often, I'd see something that lined up. A location, a year, a child who vanished without explanation, with nothing more than a school photo and a sentence like, "Last seen near a park around 5:30 in the evening." And always, the comments underneath. Still looking. Still missed. Still hoping. I never posted. What could I say? I found one? It didn't feel like mine to share. Dempsey was sentenced 5 months after the trial began. 30 years minimum. No parole. The judge called his actions a grotesque violation of trust and humanity, said Abigail had been held not just in a shed, but in silence for nearly a decade. I read the article once. I haven't read it again. The village held a charity auction for missing children awareness the following month. People donated things for the raffle: cakes, quilts, free services, a signed photo from a footballer someone's cousin knew. We bought 2 books and a painting of a riverbank that now hangs in the hallway. Abigail didn't attend, but her parents did. They were quieter than last time, tired, not fragile, just hollowed out in a way that doesn't go away. Like something had been carved out of them slowly over time and never quite grew back. Leslie hugged my wife again. Mark shook my hand. We didn't talk about the letters. I didn't mention the names. I don't even know if they ever found out. Maybe that was for the best. We still see Abigail sometimes. Not often, once every few months, usually from a distance, walking with her mum in town, or sitting outside the cafe with a juice box and a scarf pulled tight around her neck, even when it's warm. She still doesn't speak in public, but I've heard she hums, mostly at night, soft, tuneless sounds, like a melody she can't remember. She draws now, constantly. Her parents post some of it online just for friends, not the public. Birds, trees, shadows that stretch across the page and never seem to end. The last time I saw her, she looked up at me for a moment and held my gaze. Then she gave me a tiny nod. Not a thank you, not recognition. Just a nod, like we remember. I haven't been back to the woods in months. They bulldozed the patch where the tent was found, cut down a few trees, said it was to stop fly tipping, but everyone knew the real reason. Turned it into open grassland with a new wire fence and signs warning of wildlife management. But I still think about it. Not just the tent, the idea of it. That it was there, that someone had been watching, that I'd been watched maybe, that they knew where I lived, when I walked, that they had names. I think about the people who never got their dog back, who never had a fence to climb or a padlock to break, who didn't hear the bark in time. And I think about the quiet ones, the ones still out there, not taken, but hiding. Children who flinch when they hear footsteps, who forget what a door without a lock looks like, who think food only comes at certain hours, and only if you've been good. I know we can't save them all. I know I'm not a detective or a journalist or some avenging angel. I'm just a man who let his dog out one day and noticed something no one else did. And I think that's enough. Or at least, I have to think it's enough. Because if I let myself believe otherwise, if I let myself believe I should have done more, found more, known more, I'll never sleep again. The shed was torn down. Dempsey's cottage was sold and renovated. New paint, new roof. A family with twins moved in last month. You can hear their laughter from the lane on warm afternoons. The sound is almost too loud, like the house hasn't figured out how to hold joy yet. I don't avoid it anymore. Sometimes I even smile when I pass. Not because I'm healed, not because everything's okay, but because I know what used to be there. And I know what's not there anymore. That matters. It has to. One night last week, Tilly curled up on the floor near the back door. She's getting slower now, graying at the muzzle, but she still tilts her head when you say her name. My wife sat beside her, stroking the soft patch behind her ears. And out of nowhere she said, "You know she saved her, right?" I looked down at the dog, the way she sighed without moving, the way she kept one eye on the door, just in case. "I know," I said, and I meant it. We didn't find Abigail. Tilly did. And because of her, one girl got to come home. I haven't told this story in a long time. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I wanted to. But after what I found online yesterday, I can't stop thinking about it, so maybe writing it out will help me understand, or at least, I hope so. This all started 2 summers ago. My best friend Alex and I decided to go backpacking in the Huron National Forest. We'd both grown up camping, but usually with family tents pitched near crowded campsites, car engines and radios always audible in the background. This trip was different. This was real backpacking, 2 friends, 3 days, carrying everything on our backs into a place far enough that your phone becomes nothing more than a glorified flashlight. On the first day, we hiked about 6 miles deep into the woods. I remember it clearly, bright blue skies, the kind that make everything look fake, and the air fresh enough to sting your lungs if you breathed in too deep. We passed a couple of hikers early on, exchanged quick hellos, but after the first 2 hours, it was just the 2 of us and the silence of the forest. We set up camp in a clearing surrounded by tall pine trees that towered over us, making it feel like twilight even though the sun was still high. It felt perfect. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how good it felt to just be disconnected. That first night was completely normal. We cooked beans and sausages on a small camping stove, laughed over stupid memories from high school, and fell asleep in our separate sleeping bags without any trouble. It was the second day when things got strange. We spent the day hiking a rough loop around the area, exploring narrow trails and climbing over fallen logs. We didn't see a single other person all day. That night, back at camp, just as the sky was turning from orange to deep purple, we heard something. It was subtle at first, a rustling sound, like someone carefully moving through branches. "Probably just a deer," Alex said, poking at the campfire with a stick. But it wasn't a deer. We heard footsteps, unmistakable footsteps, heavy enough to break twigs but deliberate, careful, as if trying not to be heard. We both went quiet, listening. Neither of us moved. After a few moments, the footsteps stopped, and we both relaxed a bit, telling ourselves it was just another hiker, looking for a spot to pitch a tent. About 15 minutes later, we heard the unmistakable sounds of a tent being set up, poles snapping into place, nylon fabric rustling softly. Whoever it was, they were quiet, efficient. The weird thing was we hadn't seen another person all day, and this spot wasn't exactly easy to find. "Maybe someone hiking the same trail," Alex whispered. I nodded, and we eventually decided to just call out and say hello. It felt awkward to pretend we didn't notice. "Hey, need any help over there?" I called into the darkness. My voice felt louder than it should have, breaking the quiet sharply. There was no response, nothing, just silence that seemed to grow thicker in the dark. I shrugged at Alex, trying to look more comfortable than I felt. We convinced ourselves whoever it was had probably just gone to sleep, tired from hiking, maybe wearing headphones. The next morning we saw it, a small yellow tent, maybe 30 feet from ours, set back against the edge of the clearing. It was quiet, zipped up tight, with no movement or sound from inside. We ate breakfast, occasionally glancing toward it, expecting someone to emerge, but nobody ever did. By mid-afternoon, Alex started to get uneasy. "Should we check on them?" he finally asked. But something held me back. Maybe it was the absolute stillness of the tent, or how eerily quiet it seemed over there. Something didn't feel right. "Nah, they're probably just sleeping late," I said, trying to reassure us both. But deep down, I didn't quite believe it. That night was colder. We zipped our sleeping bags tight and crawled inside the tent earlier than usual. Neither of us admitted it out loud, but we both felt uneasy. It was around midnight when I first heard it. Soft, muffled sobbing. It was coming from the direction of the yellow tent. At first I thought I was imagining it, my mind playing tricks, amplifying the rustle of leaves or the gentle wind. But the sound continued, unmistakably human, soft cries, the kind you make when you're trying desperately not to be heard. I whispered Alex's name, and he answered instantly. He heard it too. "What do we do?" he whispered, tense, his voice tight with fear. I had no idea. I didn't want to investigate in the dark, not when every instinct screamed at me to stay away. As we sat in silence, frozen in uncertainty, the sobbing shifted. The crying slowly changed into whispers, soft, fast whispers that didn't quite form words. It sounded like someone having an urgent conversation, but we never heard another voice reply. Neither of us slept after that. We sat up, tense, listening, the sound of whispers slowly fading as the night stretched into early morning. By sunrise, the woods were silent again. When we finally had enough courage to look outside our tent, the yellow tent was gone, completely. Just a flat patch of grass where it had been, pressed down gently as if someone had lain there, but no footprints, no trash, no marks indicating anyone had walked away. We packed quickly, saying very little. By the time we reached our car at the trailhead, the strange encounter already felt unreal, like a shared hallucination. A weird story you tell friends, but don't fully believe yourself. We laughed it off over pizza that night, shaking our heads at how creeped out we'd gotten over probably nothing. I told myself we had imagined it, some trick of the wind or sound. But deep down, it felt like we'd stumbled onto something that wasn't meant to be found. And then, a week later, I made the mistake of posting pictures from our trip online. Harmless camping shots, trees, trails, our tent. That's when the comment appeared beneath one of the photos. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." I stared at it, heart pounding, a wave of dread washing over me. Because that meant whatever we'd experienced, it wasn't just us. I stared at that comment for longer than I'd like to admit, my hand slightly trembling over the keyboard. I blinked hard, hoping it might disappear or somehow rearrange itself into something harmless. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." The profile name was Alib22. Clicking it didn't show much, no picture, no posts, just a generic account with a handful of random follows. My stomach tightened. Was it just a prank? Some random internet troll who thought it would be funny to scare us? But how could they know? It had been exactly 7 days since Alex and I left the woods. For 7 days, we'd convinced ourselves that what happened, what we'd heard, what we'd felt was just our imagination, a strange dream woven by exhaustion and isolation. Now, reading that single comment, it was like a cold hand had reached out from the screen and dragged me right back to that dark clearing. I texted Alex immediately, checked the post, someone else saw her. His reply came quickly, almost instantly. "What?" "Just look," I typed back, unable to explain further. Minutes later, my phone rang. It was Alex, sounding shaky. "Is this some kind of joke?" His voice was low, cautious. "No," I said softly, hoping I sounded calmer than I felt. "I have no idea who this person is." We sat quietly, neither of us speaking for what felt like an eternity. I stared at my laptop, rereading the comment again and again, wishing I could see through the screen, find this alley person and demand answers. "What if they're serious?" Alex finally asked. "What if we weren't imagining it?" I didn't have an answer for him, because deep down, I knew it hadn't been our imagination. The whispers, the crying, the silence in that yellow tent I'd spent the past week pretending it was nothing, trying to forget. But it wasn't nothing. Someone else had seen her too. "I'm messaging her," I said finally, my voice firm, though I felt anything but confident. "Okay," Alex said after another pause. Just be careful. I typed out the message slowly, deleting and rewriting it several times before finally hitting send. Hey, I saw your comment. We camped at Huron too. Can you tell me more about what happened to you? I waited, staring at the screen. 5 minutes became 10, then 20, and just as I was about to give up, a small notification popped up. Allie, B22, is typing. My heart jumped. Her reply was short, direct, and unsettling. Can I call you? I hesitated for only a moment, glancing nervously at my phone before typing out my number. A minute later, it rang, the screen showing an unknown caller. I answered cautiously. Hello? A woman's voice came through softly, tired and wary. Hey, this is Allie. You're the one from Reddit, right? Yeah, I replied. I'm Sam. There was a long pause. I could hear her breathing quietly, gathering her thoughts. Look, Sam, she finally said. I thought we were the only ones, but after I saw your picture, I recognized the clearing immediately. How? I asked, my throat tight. Because we camped there last summer, same exact spot, same everything. We were on a hiking trip for my friend Hannah's birthday. Just 3 of us, me, Hannah, and her boyfriend Kyle. We thought the place was perfect. She paused again, breathing shakily. But on our second night, someone else showed up. My heart pounded harder as she spoke, her words eerily familiar. It was a little yellow tent, pitched maybe 30 feet from ours. No fire, no flashlight, nothing just there when we woke up in the morning. We didn't see or hear anyone all day. By nightfall, we started feeling weird about it, but figured maybe the person was just shy or something. Did you see her? I asked urgently, my voice shaking slightly. Whoever was inside. No, she whispered, but around midnight we heard crying, quiet at first, then louder. We thought someone needed help. Kyle went out to check, and it stopped. As soon as he went back in our tent, it started again. Then came whispers, like a conversation, but just one voice. Kyle was too freaked out to go back outside again. My breath caught in my chest. That's exactly what happened to us. She exhaled shakily, sounding relieved to finally tell someone. We left as soon as the sun came up, but when we got outside, the yellow tent was gone. Just flat grass, no footprints, nothing. We didn't find anything either, I said numbly. There was another pause, and then she said softly, but I lied in that comment. She wasn't just outside for hours. She followed us out. What do you mean, followed? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She hesitated. We walked back out at sunrise, maybe 4 miles back to the car, and every 20 minutes or so, we'd hear something behind us, soft footsteps, twigs cracking. When we turned around, no one was ever there, but the feeling was, she paused again, gathering herself, like we were being watched, and whoever it was stayed just far enough away that we couldn't see them. My palms felt clammy. Did you ever report it? To who? She laughed bitterly. What would we say? That someone cried outside our tent and followed us without us ever actually seeing them. The rangers would have thought we were crazy. I knew exactly how she felt. Do you still think about it? Her voice grew softer. Every day, especially when it's quiet, and sometimes I swear I can hear the whispers again." After a pause, she added in a whisper, "Can you?" I didn't answer right away, because until that moment, I hadn't let myself admit it, not even to Alex, but ever since that trip, I'd wake up sometimes at night, heart pounding, certain I'd just heard soft whispers in the room. I'd chalked it up to nightmares, nerves, lingering stress. But now, hearing someone else say it, it suddenly felt real, like something had followed us out too. "Yeah," I admitted quietly, "I think I do." Neither of us said anything else. The line just held the quiet static of our shared fear. Finally, Allie spoke again. "Sam, whatever that was, I don't think it was human. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it wasn't lost. It was waiting." After my call with Allie, everything started feeling different. The quiet moments I'd normally love early mornings before work, evenings when Alex wasn't around, began to feel charged, like something heavy and unseen was lurking in the corners. The whispers I'd brushed off as bad dreams became clearer, sharper. Each time I'd lie perfectly still, eyes wide open, holding my breath as I listened to soft, unintelligible words somewhere just beyond my bedroom door. When I finally talked to Alex about it, I could tell he'd been hearing them too. He tried to brush it off, blaming stress, sleep deprivation, anxiety, anything but admitting we both knew it wasn't that simple. I didn't blame him. Denial felt safer than believing something had followed us home. But when Alex called me a week later, voice tight and nervous, I knew his denial had finally cracked. "Sam, we have to go back," he said quietly, sounding more exhausted than I'd ever heard him. "What?" I asked, caught off guard. Returning was the last thing I wanted, especially after Allie's story. "To the woods," he repeated. "I haven't slept right since we got back. I'm hearing the whispers every night now. It's driving me crazy. Maybe if we go back, we'll figure out what's going on, or at least prove to ourselves there's nothing there." I hesitated. "Alex, you really think going back into those woods is the best idea?" "I don't know," he admitted, voice strained. "But I'm starting to feel like if we don't, it'll never stop." That was the hardest part. I understood exactly how he felt. It wasn't rational, but it seemed like something from that trip was still holding on to us, following closely behind, just out of sight. Maybe going back was the only way to shake it off for good. Reluctantly, I agreed. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, knowing they'd think we were insane. Who willingly returns to the sight of something they can't explain? The drive felt longer this time. As we turned off the main highway onto the smaller back roads toward the forest, dread tightened around me. Even the forest looked different now, darker, less inviting. The trees felt taller, leaning over the narrow road like they were waiting for us. We parked at the trailhead, gathering our gear silently. It was just past noon, clear and sunny, but nothing felt bright. Every step deeper into the woods seemed to pull us further away from the world we knew. "We'll set up near the original spot," Alex said quietly, forcing a casual tone he clearly didn't feel. I nodded, too uneasy to speak. We hiked in silence for over 2 hours. The trail was familiar, but distorted somehow, like the landscape had shifted subtly, since we were last here. Several times Alex paused, looking around with uncertainty, as though doubting his memory of the place. Neither of us said anything about it. We both felt it, though. The woods were off, like they weren't entirely the same place we'd left. Finally, we reached the clearing. Seeing it again made my stomach churn. It looked exactly the same, empty, still, waiting. "Let's hurry," Alex said, already pulling his tent from his pack. He was tense, working fast. Neither of us wanted to stay longer than necessary. Once camp was set up, we sat quietly by the tent, waiting. As afternoon stretched into evening, nothing happened. No sounds, no footsteps, no yellow tent. "I feel stupid," Alex admitted suddenly, kicking a rock toward the trees. "Maybe we really did imagine everything." "Maybe," I said, but my voice sounded uncertain even to me. Deep down, I knew better. As darkness finally fell, we lit a small fire, the flames crackling quietly. The light barely reached the tree line, the shadows around us deepening steadily. We both avoided mentioning what had happened the last time we were here, but I could tell Alex was thinking about it too. His eyes constantly flicked toward the spot where the yellow tent had appeared. By midnight, the forest was completely still. I started to feel foolish. Maybe Alex was right. Maybe this whole thing had been an overreaction. I felt exhaustion creep in, the tension in my body finally easing enough to allow sleep. But just as I started to close my eyes, Alex grabbed my arm hard. "Did you hear that?" he whispered sharply. I froze, heart suddenly pounding again. For a moment, the forest remained quiet, but then I heard it. Soft footsteps, careful and deliberate, crunching lightly over twigs and leaves, circling slowly around our campsite. We sat rigid, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped just beyond the fire's reach. I strained to see into the dark, but saw nothing, just the dense wall of blackness around us. Then, out of nowhere, the crying began. Quietly at first, soft and muffled, exactly like before. A girl's voice, delicate but filled with sadness. Each sob felt carefully restrained, as if whoever was crying was trying desperately not to disturb the silence. Alex's grip tightened on my arm. I could hear him breathing heavily beside me, eyes wide, locked onto the spot from where the crying seemed to originate. "Who's there?" he finally called out, voice shaking. Instantly, the crying stopped. The sudden quiet was more terrifying than the sound had been. We waited, breathless, staring into the dark, straining to hear anything at all. Then, directly behind us, a whisper. "You came back." I spun around, feeling my heart nearly explode with terror, but nothing was there. Just darkness, silent trees looming over us. "What do you want?" Alex shouted, voice raw with panic. "Please, just leave us alone." Silence again. After a long, tense pause, the whisper returned, closer this time, right next to our tent. "I waited for you." The voice was soft, almost gentle, but with a strange sadness that made my chest ache. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely audible. "I can't leave," the voice replied softly. "I tried, but I can't." "Why not?" Alex whispered, eyes wild with fear. There was no response. Instead, A quiet rustling sound moved away, disappearing slowly into the trees. Eventually, the silence felt absolute again, thick and heavy, pressing against us. We spent the rest of the night awake, huddled by the dying fire, waiting tensely for dawn. When morning finally came, neither of us spoke. We packed our gear hastily, leaving the clearing behind without looking back. But as we made our way down the path, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, just a flash of yellow fabric, barely visible through the trees, tucked into the shadows. And that's when I finally understood. She had always been here, waiting quietly, and something told me she wasn't going to let us leave, not this time. I tried to pretend I hadn't seen it, that quick flash of yellow through the trees, bright fabric catching morning sunlight. I told myself it was just a trick of my exhausted, anxious mind. But deep down I knew better. I'd seen the tent again. Alex walked just ahead of me, silent and rigid. Neither of us spoke. Every sound in the woods now felt charged and unnatural. Leaves rustling too deliberately, twigs snapping quietly behind us, distant birdsong abruptly stopping mid-note. The peaceful forest we'd once loved now felt wrong, distorted somehow, like walking through a place that mimicked reality but didn't quite match it. We moved quickly, following the familiar trail back toward the parking lot, eyes fixed on the ground to avoid seeing anything else we didn't want to acknowledge. But the further we went, the more the path itself felt altered, like it had subtly shifted overnight. Small differences appeared where none should exist. A tree I didn't recognize, a rock formation I was sure hadn't been there yesterday. I wanted to mention it to Alex, but didn't. He was barely holding himself together, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed in focus. I could see the fear plainly on his face. We both knew something had changed since yesterday. The woods felt larger now, somehow deeper, pulling us further in, rather than leading us out. An hour passed, then two. The trail grew less distinct, winding oddly through dense underbrush that scraped at our arms and legs. The morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting strange patterns of shadow around us. I checked my watch nervously. We should have reached the parking lot by now. Instead, we seemed lost. Alex finally stopped, breath heavy, eyes wide with confusion. "Sam, are we going the right way?" "I don't know," I admitted quietly. "The trail looks different." "How could it look different?" he snapped, panic edging into his voice. "It's a straight shot. We came in this way yesterday." "I know, but..." My voice faded helplessly. I had no explanation, nothing logical that would reassure him or myself. He pulled out his phone, shaking it in frustration. "Still no service. This isn't right. We had signal here yesterday." He turned slowly, scanning the trees. Everything looked identical, rows upon rows of dark trunks, crowded together like silent watchers. The quiet now felt oppressive. I felt suddenly, terribly exposed. A branch snapped behind us. We spun around, breath catching sharply. My heart hammered violently as I searched the thick shadows between the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared out of place. "Hello?" Alex shouted desperately, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" No reply. Just absolute, crushing silence. We waited, frozen in place. Then I saw it again. Another flash of yellow fabric, deeper into the woods, half hidden behind a large pine tree. Alex saw it too. He tensed visibly, eyes wide, breathing quickening. "It's her," he whispered harshly, voice shaking with certainty. "Sam, it's the tent." I didn't know what to say. Seeing it now in daylight somehow made it worse. It was real, unmistakably real. "We should go toward it," Alex said abruptly. "Maybe she knows the way out." "What?" I stared at him, horrified. "Alex, think about what you're saying. We don't even know what she is." He hesitated, fists clenched tight. "Then what? Wander aimlessly until we get even more lost? She might be the only person who knows how to get out." I understood his desperation, but something felt wrong, dangerously wrong. Still, I couldn't think of a better plan. Reluctantly, I nodded. Slowly, we moved toward the spot where we'd seen the yellow tent. As we approached, I felt a sinking dread. The air around us had grown colder, damp somehow, as if moisture clung thickly to the trees. The birds had completely stopped singing, the silence absolute and unnatural. When we reached the pine tree, the yellow tent wasn't there. Instead, there was only a small clearing, empty and perfectly silent. We stood still, listening, breathing shallowly. Then Alex grabbed my arm again, squeezing hard. "Sam, look." My eyes followed his gaze. On the ground, precisely where the tent had seemed to stand, something had been carved into the dirt. 4 words, shallow but clearly visible. "You can't go back." A chill spread through my entire body. My throat felt tight, and suddenly, irrationally, I felt eyes on us. Something watching, quietly observing our panic. "What the hell is this?" Alex said softly, his voice cracking. "Who did this?" I didn't respond. My mind spun, struggling to process it all. Was this a warning? A threat? Suddenly, behind us a quiet rustling. We turned slowly, terrified of what we might see. Standing just beyond the edge of the clearing was a girl, small and slender, maybe 15 or 16. Her hair was tangled, matted against her face, eyes wide and dark. Her clothes were filthy, stained from dirt and weather, torn in places as if she'd been wandering the woods for months. She stared at us silently, expressionless. "Are you?" Alex started, voice shaking, stepping forward hesitantly. "Are you lost? Do you need help?" She didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, slowly, she raised a finger to her lips, making a silent shh gesture. Her gaze shifted slightly, staring directly into my eyes. I felt paralyzed, pinned beneath her stare. It was heavy, almost hypnotic. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, barely audible. She didn't reply. Instead, she turned slowly, walking quietly deeper into the woods. After a few steps, she paused, looking over her shoulder once, waiting. "Sam, she wants us to follow," Alex whispered urgently. His eyes were wild, desperate. "She knows the way out." But I hesitated. Something about her, her silence, her calm felt wrong, deeply wrong. Every instinct screamed at me to stay away, to run. "No," I whispered, shaking my head slowly. "Something's not right." But Alex wasn't listening. He was already moving forward, stepping toward her. "Please," he called, voice trembling. "Show us how to get out of here." The girl watched him silently. Then she began to walk again, slowly disappearing into the shadows. Alex followed quickly, nearly running. "Come on," he shouted back to me. "She's helping us." But I stood frozen, unable to move. I felt suddenly, terrifyingly certain. If I followed her, we would never leave this forest again. Alex's figure grew smaller, moving deeper into the darkening woods, his desperate voice growing fainter, eventually lost beneath the oppressive silence. I was left alone in the empty clearing, surrounded by quiet trees, carved words at my feet. "You can't go back." And somewhere in the distance, almost too soft to hear, the whispers began again. I stood frozen in the empty clearing, the words carved into the dirt staring back at me. "You can't go back." My heart hammered painfully against my ribs. Alex had disappeared into the trees, chasing after the strange girl, leaving me utterly alone in a silence so thick it seemed to press against my skin. For a long moment, I couldn't move, I couldn't even breathe. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to find Alex, drag him back, and flee. But something deeper held me still, a quiet voice whispering in my mind that if I stepped into the woods now, I'd never leave. I tried calling his name again, louder this time, panic cracking through my voice. "Alex, Alex, come back, please." Silence answered me, heavy and complete. There wasn't even an echo. It was as if my voice simply vanished into the thick trees. Then, softly, behind me the faintest rustle. I spun around, heart in my throat. The clearing was still empty, but now I could feel eyes on me, watching carefully, waiting. Something had stayed behind when Alex followed that girl. Something was here with me. I forced myself to move, stepping away from the carved words and into the dense underbrush. I had no idea where I was going, just a vague hope of retracing our original path, somehow finding Alex and getting out of here. I moved as quickly as I could, stumbling over roots and rocks hidden beneath tangled leaves. Every direction looked identical, every tree twisted and indistinguishable. The further I walked, the more disoriented I felt. The sun hung strangely in the sky, unmoving, casting weird, muted shadows around me. Time didn't seem real anymore. After what felt like hours, but might have been only minutes, I stopped to catch my breath, leaning heavily against a tree trunk. I had no idea where I was. My sense of direction was gone, swallowed up by this endless, silent forest. The trees seemed closer together now, their branches intertwined above me, forming a thick canopy that blocked out most of the light. I reached into my pocket, pulling out my phone again. Still no signal, of course, but the time showed 11:17 a.m., unchanged since we'd first entered the clearing. I shook the phone desperately, but it refused to update or respond. It was as if even time had stopped. Feeling a wave of desperation, I sank down to the forest floor, leaning back against the rough bark. I was exhausted, confused, afraid, and utterly alone. But just as despair began to fully settle, I heard it again, the whispers. They were different now, clearer somehow, still quiet but more urgent, forming broken fragments of words that I couldn't quite understand. I strained to listen, barely breathing. They seemed to circle around me, darting from tree to tree, weaving through shadows. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice shaking. "Alex?" No reply, just more whispers, insistent but unintelligible. Slowly I stood again, stepping cautiously toward the sound. I didn't have a choice. The whispers were the only lead I had left. Maybe they would take me to Alex. Maybe they'd show me the way out. I followed them deeper into the woods, the sound drifting steadily ahead, always just out of sight. The ground beneath my feet felt strangely soft, spongy, as though rotting quietly beneath a thick layer of leaves and moss. The trees grew older here, their trunks gnarled and twisted, bark peeling in thick, dark strips. And then, suddenly, I saw a small yellow tent pitched just beyond a narrow row of pines, the exact same tent, identical to the one we'd seen before. It sat perfectly still, untouched by wind or weather, zipper tightly closed. I stopped dead, heart racing. The whispers abruptly ceased, leaving a ringing silence behind. The woods around me now felt impossibly still, holding their breath. Taking a slow, shaky step forward, I approached the tent cautiously. Every muscle in my body screamed for me to turn and run, but I couldn't. Something drew me closer, a horrible, compulsive curiosity. When I reached the tent, I knelt down, gently gripping the zipper with trembling fingers. Slowly, I pulled it open, wincing as the nylon scraped loudly through the silence. Inside was empty, perfectly clean, as though no one had ever entered. But lying at the center, carefully arranged, was a small notebook bound in faded blue fabric. Hands shaking, I reached inside and picked it up. The cover felt brittle, pages curled slightly at the edges. Opening it carefully, I saw a series of neat, careful handwriting, dated entries filled with precise details. August 7th. They left again this morning. They couldn't hear me. I tried, but I wasn't loud enough. September 21st. Another group. They came close, but then they ran. They're afraid of me. I just want someone to help. My breath caught in my throat as I turned pages quickly, the entries growing more desperate. November 3rd. I don't know how long it's been. The woods won't let me leave. I keep trying, but I always end up back here. Then the final entry, undated and written in hurried, desperate handwriting. I think I understand now. They won't let me go until someone else stays. I don't want to do it, but I can't stay here anymore. I'm sorry. My chest felt tight, realization hitting me painfully. She'd been trapped here waiting, desperate, lost, and Alex had followed her willingly, trying to escape. But instead, he'd walked straight into the same fate. "No," I whispered, dropping the journal in horror. I scrambled away, nearly falling as I stood. "Alex!" I shouted, panic raw and desperate. "Alex, come back!" Silence again, thicker than ever. I turned frantically, looking around, unsure of which way to run, desperate to escape before whatever had trapped her and now Alex trapped me too. Then I saw him, standing just beyond the tent, half hidden by shadows. Alex stood perfectly still, eyes wide and expressionless. His clothes were filthy, torn. He stared straight ahead, seeing nothing, face slack. "Alex?" I asked, voice barely audible, choking back fear. "What's happening? We need to leave." He didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, softly, he raised a finger slowly to his lips, making the same shh gesture the girl had made before. My heart shattered. He was already gone. Behind me, the tent zipper slowly closed, sealing itself neatly shut. I turned back to Alex, panic boiling inside me, but he disappeared again, vanished silently into the trees. I was alone. I knew then, horribly and completely, that Alex wouldn't leave this place. The woods had claimed him, just as they'd claimed her. And unless I found a way out soon, they'd claim me too. Standing alone, breathing heavily, I stared at the place Alex had just stood. My heart beat painfully against my ribs, adrenaline surging uselessly through my veins. The forest pressed in tighter now, trees crowding around me as though slowly leaning inward, their branches weaving together into a dark, tangled net. I knew with a sickening certainty that if I didn't find a way out soon, I never would. I took a deep, shaky breath, forcing myself to move. The ground felt strange beneath my feet, spongy, decayed as if years of fallen leaves and debris had built up, rotting quietly beneath my shoes. Every step felt sluggish and slow, like walking through a dream, heavy and surreal. I chose a direction at random, stumbling blindly into the trees, desperate to create some distance between myself and the yellow tent. The whispers had stopped, replaced again by that oppressive silence. Each tree I passed seemed identical dark trunks covered in damp moss, roots twisting visibly from the earth, like veins beneath thin skin. As I pushed forward, time became meaningless. I wasn't sure how many minutes or hours had passed since Alex disappeared. Everything felt disconnected from reality. My breathing grew more ragged, panic building quietly beneath my skin, but I kept moving, terrified of stopping long enough to fully comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, through a break in the trees, I saw something unexpected, a small structure, tucked away almost invisibly among dense foliage. At first I assumed it was another illusion created by exhaustion, another trick played by these strange woods, but as I drew closer, my heart quickened. It was real, a small, dilapidated cabin, weathered wooden walls covered in vines and moss, a partially collapsed porch sagging beneath years of neglect. Relief surged through me. Maybe this was my way out, a ranger's old shack, a forgotten building on the edge of civilization. Someone might have left a map, a radio, anything, something to guide me home. Carefully, I approached the cabin, my footsteps creaking loudly against the porch. The door hung slightly ajar, warped wood scraping against uneven flooring as I pushed it slowly open. Inside, it was dark and musty, the air thick with dust and decay. A single wooden table stood in the center, empty except for a rusted lantern. Against the far wall, a narrow cot sat, covered in stained, threadbare sheets. Beside it, a small shelf sagged under stacks of old, crumbling books. I moved closer, eyes adjusting slowly to the dim light filtering through grimy windows. Everything seemed untouched, preserved strangely by neglect. My gaze fell to the table again, noticing something I hadn't before: a photograph, faded and curled at the edges. I picked it up carefully, my stomach tightening sharply. It showed two hikers, smiling broadly, standing exactly in front of the cabin. Their backpacks looked heavy, their clothes dated early 1990s, perhaps, but the happiness in their eyes was clear and timeless. Flipping the photograph over, revealed a handwritten note on the back, the ink smudged, but still legible. Tom and Elise, Huron Forest, July 7th, 1991. Found this old cabin. We might stay longer than planned. Feels peaceful here. My chest tightened. Peaceful. Had they felt it too, this strange pull, this quiet force that drew people deeper, holding them silently in its grasp? I moved to the bookshelf, pulling down the nearest volume. It opened stiffly, pages brittle beneath my fingertips, a handwritten diary. Each entry described ordinary day sunshine, simple meals cooked over campfires, quiet nights beneath stars. But soon the entries shifted. July 9th. Elise says she heard someone crying last night, but we found no one. July 10th. We woke up to a tent nearby. We don't remember it being there. No one came out all day. July 12th. The crying won't stop. We can't find who's doing it. We're packing up now. Need to leave. The final entry was rushed, panicked. July 13th. We can't find the trail. It's like the woods have moved. Tom went looking for help, hasn't returned. I'm afraid now. Something is watching. My blood ran cold. The pattern repeated itself decades earlier. I closed the diary slowly, placing it back on the shelf. A sinking dread filled my stomach. The woods had been doing this for years, maybe longer, drawing people in, trapping them, holding them quietly until they disappeared completely. I stepped back outside onto the porch, breathing in deeply. The fresh air did nothing to ease my anxiety. Looking out into the endless forest, I understood suddenly, painfully. The girl, Alex, Tom, Elise, they were all part of the same quiet story, repeated over and over. An endless cycle of disappearance and waiting. But something stirred inside me then. I wouldn't become another entry, another faded photograph forgotten on a cabin table. I couldn't. I had to break the pattern. If the forest wouldn't let me leave easily, I'd fight my way out. I forced myself to move again, leaving the cabin behind. Each step felt deliberate, determined. I kept the fading daylight firmly at my back, moving steadily in what I hoped was a straight line. Every instinct begged me to turn around, to check behind me, but I resisted. Forward, only forward. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin slightly. My heart leapt. Sunlight filtered through more freely, the oppressive darkness lifting gradually. And then, finally, impossibly, I saw it. The familiar trail we'd entered yesterday morning, stretching out clearly before me. Tears blurred my vision, relief so intense it hurt. I sprinted forward, heart pounding with newfound energy. Within minutes, the parking lot appeared, our car exactly where we'd left it. I practically fell against it, breathing heavily, overwhelmed. I fumbled with my keys, barely able to unlock the door with shaking hands. Sliding into the driver's seat, I paused briefly, staring back toward the forest. Somewhere deep inside, I knew Alex wouldn't return, not now, maybe not ever. The woods held him, quietly claiming him like so many others. But I had escaped. I had made it out. Driving away, the forest receding behind me, I swore to myself I'd never return. I wouldn't try to convince anyone what had happened. They'd never believe me. Instead, I'd quietly carry this truth, remembering Alex, remembering the girl trapped forever inside those silent trees. Weeks passed, slowly returning me to a kind of normalcy. The whispers finally ceased, the sleepless nights fading gradually. But occasionally, late at night, when the wind blows softly through open windows, I swear I hear faint crying drifting quietly from somewhere distant, lost in shadows. I close my eyes tightly, holding my breath, reminding myself I'm safe, I'm home. But deep down, I know part of me stayed behind, forever wandering quietly among those silent, watchful trees. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight, less small talk, more silence. I liked that, the quiet, the dark. It helped me think. That night started like any other, a few airport runs, some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food, a guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half-lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked, in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. I hesitated. You got an address? Just drive. Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him, like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while, 15 minutes, maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. So, you visiting from out of town? Nothing. Been a quiet night, I said. You're probably my last ride. He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seatbelt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. You okay, man? That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. Keep going, even if it feels wrong. The words landed like a weight in my chest. What does that mean? Silence. I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of 2-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. All right, look, I said, slowing down a bit. I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going. He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. Hey, I said, my voice sharper now. I'm serious. This isn't funny. Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. Listen, man, I don't know what this is, but the back seat was empty. My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button, nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true, because I remember what he said. Keep going, even if it feels wrong. And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale, warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck, said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in: texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him. Nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped, no matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 in the morning. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet. Like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open, I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too. Reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me. Said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading. And I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply. Dude, You need to sleep. And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. Finish the job. And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through already marked in progress. He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination, just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else, because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds, like a chain letter or some urban legend. A dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what? I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, that gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself, again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset. But I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch, take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty, clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine, no wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking, the way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up, I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, "Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else?" I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post? It was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, keep going, even if it feels wrong. Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, "I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person. It's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me." That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, finish the job. But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed. that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rear-view mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. "Ready when you are." I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drum beat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car, just leave, floor it, don't look back, but I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made 2 of us. And then he did move. 1 step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half-thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt? Buckled. Again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence, and the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages, no 3:14 a.m. wake-ups, no more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough about the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt. And after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work. Big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m. and one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason. I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends. One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost, or a curse, or something worse. But I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror.